All right, everyone, we are here. I'm sorry, I thought I was going here and my microphone was off. But we are here. We are live and we are bringing you coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. Welcome to Bird's Nest Media's coverage. I am Joe Donahue. Thank you so much for joining us. We are just about 10 minutes away from this live. We are just about 10 minutes away from the first pick, the Chicago Bears, going on the clock. So I appreciate all of you hanging out and stopping by here. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. We are live streaming both here on YouTube as well as on our TikTok page. Again, thanks for stopping by. Drop in the chat if you are just joining us. Who are the players that you would like to see the Philadelphia Eagles or any NFL team take? I'd love to hear your reactions. We'll be talking about them over the course of the evening tonight. I will be here for all of round one. The plan is also we will be here for rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow night as well. So definitely feel free to stop by, and that's the current plan here. We've had a whole lot of chatter going on. This is predominantly an Eagles channel, so there's been some news, some rumors surrounding the Eagles' potential moves. The Eagles could potentially they've been in talks to move up. We'll see what what happens on that front there. We will also see, as far as the Eagles are concerned, we'll also see what happens whether or not the Eagles have been in the rumor mill to extend AJ Brown, which could potentially impact the draft strategy today as well. One big thing that has come out: the Philadelphia Eagles last year signed Isaiah Rodgers, who was on the suspension list due to gambling violations. The NFL reinstated him earlier this week. So the Philadelphia Eagles have another person at corner. We'll see what they decide to do on that front there. Again, please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. We try to bring you Eagles coverage, Eagles news, and just an opportunity to hang out, and especially whether it be during a game or during a major event like the NFL Draft. Try to bring that to you, but we will be here all night. So yeah, definitely tell me what your thoughts are. Tell me what you're thinking. Who do you think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be drafting with the 22nd overall pick, assuming that they do not trade up? The Eagles have traded up the most times since 2010, including three of their last four, or including their last three, actually. The Eagles have moved around on the draft board a little bit. But yeah, I appreciate y'all stopping by. We are just about 8 minutes away from NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell coming out and putting the Chicago Bears officially on the clock. The Bears have the first overall pick of this draft. Draft is there, and okay, here's the news. So AJ Brown has agreed to a new 3-year, $96 million contract extension. So that is relatively breaking news here, and the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles are making moves here, that frees up cap space for them over the course of the next several years, and that gives them a little bit of an opportunity to try to go after some folks. So yeah, that's the big news here. But yeah, hello everybody. Again, thanks so much for stopping by. Again, please feel free to drop a comment in the chat if you'd like, or give a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media, whether it be on YouTube or TikTok, wherever you're joining here. We are live streaming in both places, so wherever you are, feel free to drop a comment. Let me know what you're here. Let me know what your thoughts are through the course of the night. Yeah, we're just hanging out, getting ready for this draft to begin. So, what are your thoughts about this? About the draft? Who do you think are going to be? What do you think are going to be the biggest surprises in this first round? Because there are always surprises, always things to consider. Always things that are going to be unexpected. Drop them now so that way we can, when they happen, you can say I was right. I do not think. Honestly, I think the Eagles are a pretty sure bet to do some kind of a moving around today. That's where we're just kind of hanging out here. We're waiting for this draft to begin. I'll try to provide you updates as they come in. My predictions for this first round, I think. So a lot of the talk has been whether or not the Chicago Bears are going to actually go with Caleb Williams, or whether or not there's going to be some other quarterback that they're going to pick. The Bears absolutely need to go quarterback, and with number 1 overall pick, it makes sense. So I think realistically speaking, I think the Chicago Bears probably will wind up going with Caleb Williams. But yeah, the biggest news was that A.J. Brown agreed to a $96 million contract extension that is new. So that has just joined broken over the course of the last several minutes here. So it's a 3-year, $96 million contract extension. There was conversation about whether or not that was happening earlier on in the day. But yeah, the Eagles made it happen, and I'm sure A.J. Brown is excited to be back in the city of Philadelphia. So yeah, we are just hanging out right now. Again, drop your thoughts in the chat. Would love to hear from you. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. Appreciate all the support here from you that I've already gotten. Again, we are just a couple of minutes away. The draft is happening in Detroit this year. And if you're not aware, the 2024 NFL draft is happening in Detroit. Hang tight for me just 1 second here, folks. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, thank you for your patience there, everybody. I am back here. We're just about a minute away. If you want to, so we'll be following along. I have the NFL Network video up. However, if you can also get draft footage from ESPN or from other places as well. But yeah, definitely drop a comment. What are your thoughts about or as we get going here? Who do you think are the most important prospects that need to come off the board? Where do you think certain players are coming off? Love to engage with you. Love to hear your thoughts about this. This is why we're doing this. Why I love the live stream element to this is we have this opportunity to engage during the course of this here. So I appreciate all of you for stopping by one way or the other, even if you just want to hang out and watch. It's going to be a night. It always is a night. It's always a great night, the first night of the NFL draft. Just grabbing a pen here because I know I'm going to need it. We're going to absolutely have some trades going. So I want to make sure that I get some notes surrounding this. So the first 5 picks of this draft. So we have Chicago. They got this pick in the trade to Carolina last season. So they got Chicago had the first round pick, had the number 1 overall last year. They traded that to Carolina. Carolina used that to select Bryce Moore. Carolina finished last in the league this year, so Carolina would have been entitled to the first round, to the number 1 overall this year, but they traded that to the Chicago Bears as part of the deal last year for Bryce Moore. So Chicago has the first round, the number 1 overall. Then it goes Washington, New England, Arizona, and the Los Angeles Chargers. So that is where that's going to be our order in general here. The NFL makes some decision, or the NFL tries to make a little bit of a show regarding guest announcers, guest picks, or guest pick announcements. But the first night is all the picks will be announced by the NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. So he will. And it looks like things are getting ready to go. They put up Detroit, Are You Ready on the stage. So the NFL draft is almost here. There are going to be 257 total picks in the draft. 3 teams have the most picks in this draft. It's tied Arizona, Green Bay, and the Los Angeles Rams with 11. Even though the Bears have 2 picks in the first round, they have the fewest picks in this draft. They only have 4. So, a couple little fun tidbits there for you. But this has been what everything's been building up to. All the conversations that we've had here at Bird's Nest Media with the draft analysts at ESPN, Daniel Jeremiah at NFL Network. Had a number of them. If you want to catch any of the recaps of those conversations, any of the things that I've had a chance to ask them about, anything that you do that, if you want to go back and see how right or how wrong we were, you can head back over on our YouTube channel, is where we have the Bird's Nest podcast. So you can always feel free to check that out. But yeah, that big news, in the event you missed it, the big news, A.J. Brown signed a 3-year, $96 million contract extension. Additionally, it looks like Devontae Smith also got an extension too. So I'm getting details on that in just a moment here. But that means that A.J. Brown is a Philadelphia Eagle through 2029. And I don't think there's a better spot for him. He's certainly one of the best receivers in the NFL, if not the best receiver in the NFL. And honestly, I think that he is. I would say that. So. Again, feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media if this is your first time joining us. Really helps the channel out. If you're joining us, again, this is being streamed both on YouTube and for the first time on TikTok Live. So by all means, feel free to give us a subscription to both places at Birds Nest Media over there on TikTok. And then here on YouTube, if you found us, it's Birds Nest Media. We do cover predominantly the Eagles, but we cover the NFL a bit more generally. So I think that, if you're a football fan, you'll find a home here. All right, their lights are on. Got about a minute and 15 seconds. They're doing a little bit of a teaser for the commissioner coming out. So here we go. We are getting things underway here. And here we go. Commissioner Roger Goodell out to kick off the NFL draft. Live from Detroit, Michigan. He gets the customary boos. Been a big year for Detroit. Obviously, they won the NFC North for the first time. Ford Field hosted a playoff game this past season for the first time. It actually hosted a couple playoff games, so it was a big season for Detroit, and they get to be the host of the first major event of the NFL year. The NFL year begins in mid-March, so they get to be the host, and now they're bringing out all kinds of other stars here to kick things off. But yeah, big season for Detroit, and it's only fitting that they get to have the first major NFL event of the year. Um, but again, please feel free to give a like and subscribe or follow if you're on TikTok. Try to give you as much Eagles content as possible, as well as much NFL content as possible too. It's a little, we're in that dead zone right now a little bit, but the draft is here, so. They're doing all the ceremonial right now. We're about to get everything going here. And the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. So first round picks, they have 10 minutes. If this is your first NFL draft, first round picks have 10 minutes but to make their picks. So the Bears haven't made the playoffs since 2020. And this is going to be an important pick for them because they traded away their starting quarterback in Justin Fields, traded him away. So and the Bears haven't won a playoff game in 14 years, so they are really looking for some kind of something here. They're looking for everything. Now, the Bears knew for much of this season that they, and certainly all of the offseason, they have had the number one overall pick. So this pick should probably go one of the quickest because they've had literal months to decide on which of any of the draft prospects that they could have picked. So literally any of the draft prospects they have their pick for. It's most likely, the speculation has been most likely they're going to go with Caleb Williams. The Bears have about 8 minutes and 23 seconds left until their pick is due. So right now we're just kind of hanging out here. We're waiting. It's the conversation again. Most likely going to be Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams was one of the players who was invited to the NFL draft. Long time ago, it used to be every player was invited, but now they kind of moved away from that. So now there are 14 players that have been invited to the draft this year. If you give me just 30 seconds here, I will tell you who they are. But Caleb Williams absolutely one of them because he is one of the he's been one of the biggest prospects of the draft. It's actually 13 prospects attending the NFL draft. Again, Caleb Williams, one of the biggest, Caleb Williams, obviously one of them. And now he's getting the phone call, so I would not be surprised if that is the phone call that the Chicago Bears are picking him. Pick is not in. I apologize. The Bears are still on the clock. It must have been some kind of a technical error here. The Bears do have about 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Fun fact, if the Bears do not make their pick in time, they still have the opportunity to make the pick, but another team can come in and leapfrog them. So basically, this is an exclusive time period where only they are allowed to make the pick. The draft prospects that are on site, in addition to Caleb Williams, who's a quarterback out of USC, is Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama, Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU, Marvin Harrison, wide receiver out of Ohio State, J.C. Latham, offensive lineman from Alabama, Laiatu Latu, defensive lineman from UCLA, Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina, Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo, Malik Neighbors, wide receiver from LSU, Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington, Darius Robinson, defensive lineman from Missouri, Brian Thomas, wide receiver out of LSU, and Dallas Turner, linebacker out of Alabama. So those are the ones that was current as of a couple weeks ago. So I don't know if they might have added one or two more, but that's where we are at. Again, drop some thoughts in the chat. Love to hear from you. What are your thoughts about the Bears? Do you think that they're actually going to go with Caleb Williams, as has been wildly speculated over the course of the last several months, or are they going to be picking somebody else here? All right, it is official now. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears. So the pick is in. So that will put Washington on the clock. So we will hang on until we hear from the commissioner regarding that status here. But the pick is in for the Bears. So we're just trying to, we're just awaiting what that pick is, the official announcement. Who do we think it's going to be? Drop a comment in the chat. I'd love to hear from you. All right, here we are. First pick announcement of the night. And Caleb Williams is the pick for the Chicago Bears, to the surprise of nobody, as Williams hugs his family in the green room, starts to take his walk out there. And that is going to put the Washington Commanders on the clock. But there he goes. Caleb Williams, 2022 Heisman Trophy winner, 30 passing touchdowns in 2023. Strong NFL draft prospect. One of those guys that teams have definitely been looking for. And the team, especially a team like the Chicago Bears, which absolutely needs a quarterback. So again, please feel free to like and subscribe here to Bird's Nest Media. We are just we're going to be live streaming tonight as well as tomorrow. We're going to be live streaming the NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders are on the clock. The first division rival of the Philadelphia Eagles. They have about 8.5 minutes left in their selection time. Quarterback out of USC. So we're just hanging out here again, waiting for the next pick to come in. But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out here, so. Bears have so the Commanders on the clock. They are about halfway through their time. They've got about 5 minutes left on the clock here. That's according to ESPN's timer. So we're just kind of waiting on them. Commanders are an interesting bird. They could go a number of different directions. They could easily surprise everybody and go. And they could go and grab a quarterback of their own. They could grab some other folks here. So again, the first 5 picks. So Chicago, we got Chicago's pick out of the way. So the next 5, we got Washington at number 2 overall. Then we have New England at number 3. Then we have Arizona, the Arizona Cardinals at number 4. Then we have the LA Chargers at number 5. And then the New York Giants will be picking at number 6. So Washington could grab a quarterback themselves. They have a couple of choices. Washington finished last in the NFC East. They've got about 3 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. And they're just we're waiting on them. They could go quarterback. We'll see what they decide to do. They haven't won a playoff game since 2005, so they need something. And again, they're playing in one of the most competitive divisions in the NFL, in the NFC East. There has not been a repeat winner in the NFC East since the Eagles did it in the beginning of the 2000s. So, yeah, we've got some time. Or we're just kind of, again, we're waiting for the Eagles here. Sam Howell, or for the Commanders, Sam Howell threw 21 interceptions. So again, a good target for them would be a quarterback. But this is where things stand right now, as we are waiting for the Commanders, and it is officially the pick is in for them. So the pick is in for the Commanders, and we are just now going to wait on what that announcement is. So that does put New England on the clock. Again, appreciate you hanging out here. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. Really helps the channel out. We're trying to get you as much NFL content and as much Eagles content as we can here. Things will certainly kick into higher gear during the football season. But again, I appreciate you hanging out. We've got a it's always a fun night with the draft, because it's kind of this is when we really start to see the future of a particular team coming into view. So we're just waiting on the announcement of the Commanders' first pick. And here comes the NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell to make the announcement. They selected Jaden Daniels, so the Commanders go quarterback as well. Jaden Daniels. Quarterback out of LSU. So I would expect that 5 of these top 10 draft picks, 5 of these top 10 picks are going to be quarterbacks. That's my That's my anticipation here, because usually that's what it is. The teams that get into the top 5, the teams that get into the top 10, a good chunk of them need a quarterback, and the quarterback position is just so important. So, Jaden Daniels is going to the Washington Commanders. So we will see what he decides to do, or we'll see what the Commanders decide to do with him. He'll be in the NFC East, playing for a division rival. We'll see how things pan out. So we are 2 picks underway. Drop a comment in the chat if you, or what your thoughts are about these first 2 picks. Again, pick number 1 overall, Chicago went with Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. And then Washington Commanders went with Jaden Daniels, a quarterback out of LSU. So that is the biggest news. Also drop your thoughts, too, about some of the other news that has happened in the NFL lately. Biggest news, I would say, biggest news, I would say, this happened just before the draft kicked off. The Eagles agreed to a 3-year, $96 million extension for A.J. Brown. So that's a big extension for him, and that locks A.J. Brown up here in Philadelphia through 2029. And again, he's one of the best wide receivers out there in the game, so it's big that the Eagles have him for as long as they do. But again, drop a like in the drop a like, drop a comment, your thoughts throughout the night. Love to hear from you. Love to engage with you. And then again, please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media on YouTube. We are live streaming on TikTok as well, so please feel free to give us a follow there. Really helps the channel out. Trying to get you as much access to the team to the Philadelphia Eagles in a special way, but also to the NFL in general. And your support helps make that happen. Okay, so the pick is in for the New England Patriots. New England Patriots, another team that could be going quarterback. The Patriots haven't been, basically they have not had a solid quarterback, obviously, since Tom Brady. But they had some quarterback controversy over the course of this last year with with Mac Jones, who was the starter for a while, periodically getting benched. The Patriots are in a little bit of a dire quarterback situation. This will also be the first year the Patriots will not have Bill Belichick as the head coach. And actually, I forgot the Patriots traded Mac Jones to the Jaguars in exchange for a 6th-round pick this year. So, so that's an important thing. So the Patriots are probably going to be going quarterback. They need somebody. Patriots, third worst team in the NFL this year. Their drop-off has been precipitous since Tom Brady left for the Buccaneers. We will see what happens when their new head coach what happens with their new head coach. So. All right, Commissioner Goodell coming out to announce the pick for the New England Patriots. Drake May, another quarterback. Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Again, I like this pick for them because it's big with the fact that, the New England Patriots need a quarterback, and they went and they got one, and they got a really good one. 4,321 passing yards, 38 touchdowns in 2022. He's had 8,018 passing yards and 63 touchdowns in his career with just 16 interceptions. Big numbers. He was the 2022 ACC Player of the Year. So Drake May coming out to New England with their number 3 overall pick. That is huge for them. That does put on the clock the Arizona Cardinals with the number 4 overall pick. So here's where we're at right now. If you're just tuning in, if you're looking for the draft order, we've got Arizona, the Arizona Cardinals. Then we have the Los Angeles Chargers coming up at number 5 overall. Then we have the New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, and the Atlanta Falcons. So definitely feel free to. Again, please feel free to drop a like, drop a comment. Would love to hear from you. Give a subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. Again, really helps the channel out. So here we are. Again, we're just kind of waiting here. Arizona Cardinals have about 4.5 minutes left on the clock here, so they've been on for a little bit. But again, I do like the pick of Drake May for the Patriots. Again, the top 3 players going have been quarterbacks. I kind of anticipate the top 5 being quarterbacks. Or I'm sorry, 5 of the top 10 being quarterbacks. So Arizona, we'll see what they decide to do. So we're just waiting. Again, drop your thoughts in the comments. Would love to hear from you. Quarterback Drake May going to the New England Patriots. That's the news out of the NFL draft. The pick is in for the Cardinals. So we will see what the Arizona Cardinals decide to do. And that will put the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock. Quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3 apparently hasn't happened often since 1967. See what they decide to do. We might not have. The farther down on the draft board that you get, the more likely it is that you're going to find You're going to find teams that have their quarterback situation figured out. I would say that we would start seeing some of that happen maybe as we get closer to so the Chargers probably will have we'll start seeing, if we haven't gotten a quarterback. They also, actually, we might even see one now, because the Cardinals got Desmond Ridder from the Falcons, so Cardinals will probably be riding with him. Pick is in for the Cardinals, so we're just waiting. Here's the announcement. Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. He's the top wide receiver on the board. 6'3 1/4, 209 pounds. He is now going to go off to Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals. So Marvin Harrison Jr. for two-time first-team AP All-American. He is also the son of former Pro Football Hall of Fame wide receiver Marvin Harrison. So there's a lot of father-son going on here with in this draft. I know one of the players that Eagles fans are hoping to draft. I don't see him going until at least the late third round, if not hanging out on day 3 of the draft. Would be somebody like Jeremiah Trotter Jr. So that's where things stand there on that front. But he obviously the son of Jeremiah Trotter, the Axeman. But yep, Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Arizona Cardinals. He is the first OSU player with multiple seasons with 1,000+ receiving yards. So that is again, this is big for them. And definitely, again, please feel free to drop a comment in the chat. I'd love to hear from you regarding what your thoughts are about this draft. The Los Angeles Chargers are going on the clock with that pick, so the Chargers now have pick number 5. Their first few picks gone without any certain degree of chaos. Would have been not really all that. I mean, to a certain extent, you don't expect the chaos that happened last season, where last year's NFL draft, the Houston Texans had the 2nd overall pick, and they then traded into the number 30 overall pick. So we haven't had that chaos yet, and we might not have that for another couple of picks here, but we'll see what winds up happening. This could be a big thing here. Definitely feel free to like, subscribe, share. We're all just hanging out here. We're watching this draft here. If you have any questions, any comments, any thoughts, drop a comment in there in the chat. Would love to hear from you. Give us a subscribe on YouTube, Bird's Nest Media on YouTube. Give a follow over on Bird's Nest Media on TikTok. We are live on TikTok, so that's where things stand. But again, the biggest Eagles news, A.J. Brown is now the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history. He has a 3-year, $96 million contract extension that he signed on night 1 of the NFL draft. So that is obviously the biggest news for Eagles fans so far. The LA Chargers, they have about 4 minutes left on the clock before their pick is due. They have not won a division title since 2009, back when they were in San Diego. Chargers really pushing it to the brink here, trying to figure out what they want to do. Even with the number 5 overall pick, they are pushing it close. Okay, so the Chargers are apparently, this is according to Ian Rappaport, the Chargers may have been in talks for trading their number 5 overall pick, but they are actually going to pick in the number 5 spot, according to Ian Rappaport. So there's no trade. The Giants are very happy with that news, because the Giants need a quarterback. And the Giants still have an opportunity to get one of the best quarterbacks in among the draft prospects. So Chargers are approaching the 2-minute warning before their time is up. Yep, Chargers have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left on the clock for the LA Chargers. This is the longest we've had to wait in a while. So, longest we've had to wait so far for a pick. We haven't had a team push that 10-minute brink as much as or at all, really. I mean, the Chicago Bears knew that they were going for a trade for a while. They were going knew who they were going for a while. I'm surprised it took them even that long. Okay, the pick is officially in for the LA Chargers. So the pick is in for the Chargers, and what that means is that the once that pick gets announced, and actually it will put the New York Giants on the clock now, but once the pick gets announced, the New York Giants will have their opportunity. Chargers do not need a quarterback if they're going to ride with Justin Herbert, which it certainly looks like they're going to. They have the number 5 overall pick. We're going to see what happens here, see what's coming down the pipeline. Yeah, again, Chargers right now, they don't need quarterback help per se. We'll see where they wind up going. We could see our first defensive player come off the board. All right, here comes the pick for the Chargers. Okay, so it's going to be Joe Alt, who's a tackle out of Notre Dame. So, first offensive lineman comes off the board. Certainly, he's a solid offensive lineman. They're showing highlights of him now. It's sometimes harder to assess the performance of an offensive lineman. You kind of have to go through and get like secondarily based off of the stats. But one of the things, and that's one of the unique things about the offensive line, is that yeah, you have a center, but except for like penalties and false starts, realistically the offensive line, because of how much it works as a unit, it's hard to get individual player assessments. I mean, that's why the Eagles pay Coach Jeff Stoutland. That's why the Eagles pay a lot of money for folks to make those assessments. But yeah, so you can tell when like there aren't really a ton of stats, so you really have to do a lot of observation. Basically, is where things are at. But yeah, we've been going for about an hour actually. The stream's been going for an hour, and again, please feel free to give a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media because it really helps the channel out. Whether you're following us here on TikTok or on YouTube, really helps. But that does put the New York Giants on the clock. And Giants again. They're going to be looking for a quarterback because you got Daniel Jones there, and Daniel Jones probably not the biggest situation, or not the best quarterback there. So they could be looking for somebody who's going to be providing a little bit more stability to them and to that position. And the pick is in for the Giants. So we're going to wait for that announcement coming from the commissioner. Again, all the first round picks, they have all the first round picks are announced by the commissioner, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Tomorrow's picks are going to be start to be announced by players and by legends. So that's where things stand on that front there. And then for the again in the first round picks, our teams have 10 minutes on the clock. So if the pick doesn't come in the team's allotted 10 minutes, that allows another team to come up and snatch that out. But yeah, please feel free to give a like and subscribe because it really helps. We're just waiting on the official announcement here, and here comes Commissioner Roger Goodell to make that announcement. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. So the Giants do not make a trade. They do not pick a QB. So instead they get a weapon for their QB, which is huge. Wide receiver out of LSU. And that does put the Tennessee Titans on the clock. So the Titans have Titans inside of their first minute here, so we got a little bit of time for them. Neighbors had more than 1,500 receiving yards in 2023, second behind Romeo Duze. He had 14 receiving touchdowns in 2023. So again, these are leading numbers. This is a good receiver to pick. This is one I'm if I'm a Giants fan, which I'm not, and I'm actually honestly kind of glad that the Giants. The Giants didn't go and take a quarterback because Daniel Jones isn't it for them. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm a little on edge about the quarterback situation. So I'm a little surprised that if I was a Giants fan, I would be a little surprised that the Giants didn't take a quarterback because I even as an Eagles fan, I don't buy into the idea that he's it, that Daniel Jones is it for the Giants. But we'll see what happens. Again, drop a comment in the chat. I'd love to hear from you. Love to hear from you. What's going on with your what your thoughts are. I've had a couple of interesting picks. This is probably the most interesting pick of the draft so far, and we're only at pick number 7. Pick number 7 is on the clock right now. So the Titans are on the clock, and we're just now waiting on what's going to happen with them. All right, so the pick is in for the Titans now. So the picks are starting to come in a little bit faster. Pick is in for the Titans. So now we've got Tennessee Titans. So that's going to put the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. So the Falcons will be next. And then Chicago will pick again. So the next 5 picks. So once Tennessee gets announced, Atlanta, Chicago, the New York Jets, the Minnesota Vikings, and then the Denver Broncos. And this is where, again, reportedly the Eagles have been in conversations with the Denver Broncos to potentially move up to that number 10, that number 12 overall, to try and get a corner, or even if not a corner, a good solid defensive back. We'll see where things pan out on that front. But yeah, definitely please feel free to give a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. We are live streaming on YouTube as well as on TikTok. So definitely feel free to do that. Would love to hear from you as well. If you've got some thoughts about the draft, drop them in the comments. I'd love to engage with you. Love to get your thoughts about this draft as it's moving along here. We are not even 7 announced picks in, and it's been a day. Regardless of whether or not you're just hanging out and watching or doing whatever else, again, I appreciate you taking the time here. This is always a fun couple of days. It's the time when we get to see the teams really start to come together. With the top free agent prospects having been signed already at this point, and then the top the top free agent picks having already been signed, and now with the draft happening, teams are getting their player pools together. They're waiting for the Titans to announce their pick, and then that will put the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. Right now we've got the pick waiting for, or the pick announcement is forthcoming from Detroit. Who do we have for them? Here comes the commissioner to make the announcement. Looks like it's going to be J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. So, another offensive lineman coming off the board. So, that's where things stand here right now. So, again, offensive lineman, I mean, he was significant enough that he was invited to the draft, because they didn't invite a ton of prospects to the draft this year. But yeah, J.C. Latham, 2023 first team All SEC. So that's again huge honors for him. And according to Pro Football Focus, he's allowed 2 sacks on 970 pass block snaps in his career. So again, huge numbers for him. And the Titans got some reinforcements on their own offensive line. So that does put Atlanta on the clock. So we've got Atlanta, and then we got Chicago, then we've got the New York Jets, the Minnesota Vikings, and the Denver Broncos. So again, I appreciate all of you hanging out. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Whether you're subscribing here on YouTube or here on TikTok, really helps. All right, so Atlanta is actually, the pick is in for Atlanta now. So picks are starting to move a little bit quicker. It also tells me that Atlanta knew who they were going for, and they wasted no time making that selection. So pick is in for Atlanta. So we will see what is forthcoming, who they decide to go with. They're showing highlights of J.C. Latham, and you can see how he's manhandling some defensive linemen, creating opportunities for Bama as they go there. Latham has allowed 26 quarterback pressures since 2022, third fewest among FBS tackles, which again that's huge. And he started all 13 games at right tackle in 2022, which again those are big numbers for him. So the 8th overall pick is in. We're waiting on that announcement to come in. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of ceremonial since Latham is actually there on site. So they're doing some interviews with him on the stage. So obviously, that's going to take a couple of minutes here. Once that pick comes in, or once that clears out, they'll start to reset for the Falcons. And then after the Falcons, the Chicago Bears come back up. So the pick is in for the Falcons. They're wrapping up whatever analysis of the J.C. Latham pick they're doing right now. So Falcons finished third in the NFC South. They missed the playoffs in each of the last 6 seasons, so they are looking for some kind of a redemption here. They just got rid of Desmond Ridder, so they could be going quarterback here. But they also signed Kirk Cousins, which, if you're the Falcons, I mean, Kirk Cousins is fine, but the Falcons have a new head coach, but they need to right the ship a little bit here. They got Bijan Robinson last season. And they're picking right around the same spot this year. So here comes the Falcons selection. Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington. So big selection for them. Again, they're going for they have the QB for this season relatively figured out, but Penix is probably going to sit behind Kirk Cousins for a year while the two of them learn from somebody like Cousins before he starts to take over the reins. Or the other alternative is Cousins is the backup to Penix. They have some opportunities. Falcons also are under investigation for tampering. So Kirk Cousins may have tampered, so that could lead to that also could lead to a suspension for Cousins. So the Falcons looking to make sure that they have a quarterback situation taken care of. But yeah, that does put the Chicago Bears back on the clock. So that's where things stand right now. Penix had 4,600 passing yards in 2022, more than 4,600 passing yards. So that was second in the FBS. So yeah, he's a solid pickup, and it makes sense given the fact that the Falcons are under tampering investigations. So the Chicago Bears are back on the clock. Chicago Bears had the number 1 overall pick. They selected Caleb Williams. They selected Caleb Williams with the number 1 overall pick, and they are now at the number 9 overall pick. And the pick is in for the Chicago Bears. So we're just waiting to see on what that pick is at this point. That will, after the Bears have their announcement, then we will have the New York Jets on the clock. Follow that up with the Minnesota Vikings, the Denver Broncos, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the New Orleans Saints. So that's where things stand right now. Here we're powering through here, folks. Just 10 minutes between picks. Justin Fields, again, was the quarterback for the Chicago Bears before he was traded away. He was traded away to the Steelers for a conditional 6th rounder. So now Caleb Williams is here. Caleb Williams is in Chicago. And now it's just a matter of time seeing what Chicago is going to do. But again, please feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Really helps us grow. All right, the pick is in for the Bears, and here comes that announcement. This could very easily be a hello. We have a trade, folks. We have our first trade of this game. So, all right, so the Bears picked Rome Odunze. And then the New York Jets have traded with the Minnesota Vikings. So the New York Jets have traded with the Minnesota Vikings. That is that's our first trade of this NFL draft. Yeah, wide receiver out of Washington. So on the clock right now are the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikings and the Jets did a pick swap. Looking to see what the terms of the pick swap are. So hang tight stand by for me on that. Okay, so the Jets are getting the number 11, the 129th overall, and the 157th overall for the number 10 and the number 203 overall. So the Jets are trading back one spot with the Minnesota Vikings, and they pick up a couple of picks later on in the round. So that puts the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. The Vikings missed the playoffs for the third time in the last 4 years. The Vikings have actually finished with a losing record in 3 of the last 4 years. And the Vikings moved on from Kirk Cousins. So the Vikings could very easily be going quarterback here. We'll see what they decide to do. They've got less than 5 minutes before their pick is due in. So they've got the weapons. They've got Justin Jefferson, who missed a few games last season due to the injury. Yeah, so here are the terms. So the Vikings get the number 10 overall pick, as well as the 203rd overall, which is in the 6th round. And the Jets receive the number 11 overall pick, and they get the Vikings' 4th round and 5th round picks, the number 129 and number 157, respectively. The pick is in for the Vikings, so they know who they wanted, and we will see what they get here. But that's big with the Vikings. Big trade, and the excuse me, big trade for the Vikings is the first trade of this evening, first trade of this NFL draft, and we will see who the Vikings pick with that trade. All right. So the pick is in for the Vikings. We will see what is going on here, what the decision is on that. In the meantime, please feel free to drop a like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. Give us a follow on TikTok because we're live streaming there too. And then please feel free to drop a comment. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about this Vikings Jets trade? That's an interesting trade. Doing a little bit of moving around the board. So it's a small trade. It's a big trade because it's the first trade of this draft, but it is a small trade. It's a smaller trade, but yeah, definitely drop a like, definitely drop a subscribe. Trying to get you some awesome content for the off season. So that's where things stand right now. I would have done a little bit more. Unfortunately, I was a little bit more in preparation for the draft. Unfortunately, I was kind of assaulted by some allergies over the course of the last few weeks, and also some other plans fell through. But I've got some good content planned for you here. So definitely feel free to drop that like and subscribe so you can stay up to date on it. So who do we think the Vikings are going to go with? I think they're going to go quarterback. I think they have to. Giving up Kirk Cousins. I think they've got to go quarterback. So the pick is in for the Vikings. Just a quick recap of this draft so far. So, number 1 overall pick, Chicago picked Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. Washington picked Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. New England picked Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Arizona picked Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. The LA Chargers picked Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame. The New York Giants picked Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. J.C. Latham, tackle for Tennessee, out of Alabama. And now here we go with the Vikings pick. They're bringing out the commissioner, and they're bringing out some other folks here too. Recognizing a charity here. Teams for Taps. J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama, went to Tennessee. Michael Penix Jr., quarterback to Washington. They're making the announcement now here. Hang tight. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. So J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan, going to the Minnesota Vikings. So that is going to be their franchise quarterback, and that's going to put the New York Jets on the clock. So the Vikings now have a QB. And the Jets are actually going to be picking at number 11 this time. They've got... they are on the clock. They've got less than 9.5 minutes left. All right, so recap of the draft so far. So number 1 overall, Chicago, who got that in the trade last year. Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC. Then we have the Washington Commanders. They picked Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. New England picked Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Arizona picked Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. The LA Chargers picked Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame. The New York Giants selected Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. Tennessee Titans selected J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. Atlanta selected Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington State. And Chicago picked Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington. The pick is in for the New York Jets. So we will hear who the Jets pick now in just a couple of moments here once everybody gets set on that front there. And then we will put the Denver Broncos on the clock. The New York Jets missed the playoffs for the 13th straight season. It's the longest drought in the NFL. They have not won the AFC East since 2002, which makes sense because the AFC East, for the longest time, was so dominated by the New England Patriots. And then after that, it's been dominated by the Buffalo Bills. But the Jets have not had a playoff win since 2010. And the Jets are looking for, probably, if I were a betting man, they would be looking for a solid quarterback to learn from Aaron Rodgers. So Aaron Rodgers, of course, there was the whole drama last season. Rodgers was looking to be traded out of Green Bay. He wanted to go to the New York Jets. They wound up making that happen. he wound up making that happen. So he went with the New York Jets. 4 plays in, and we were live streaming during that. 4 plays in, Aaron Rodgers ruptures his Achilles, misses the rest of the season. That was 4 plays into the first game. It was the first Monday Night Football of the year for the NFL. First Monday Night Football for the Jets. And with the Jets getting rid of Zach Wilson somewhat recently, the Jets need some stability in quarterback. They obviously decided Zach Wilson, who was the 2021 first round pick for them, wasn't the guy. So they're looking to kind of reset on that. And the commissioner is coming out, Roger Goodell, coming out to make the announcement. Olu Fashanu. Olumuyiwa Fashanu is the full name. He's a tackle out of Penn State. So Penn State fans see one of their own going over to the New York Jets. Tackle out of Penn State. And that puts the Denver Broncos on the clock. So, again, it's kind of hard to gauge stat-wise. But the big thing, according to PFF, Fashanu allowed 0 sacks on 697 pass block snaps in his career, which is big, to say the very least. So Fashanu is a good pickup for the New York Jets, who have been they were certainly looking to provide some stability on that offensive line there too. That's clearly what that pick was meant for. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. So the Broncos who were rumored to be in trade talks with the Philadelphia Eagles, are not trading. They will be picking. So we will see what the pick is for them. The Broncos have not made the playoffs since 2015 when they won Super Bowl 50. And the Broncos released Russell Wilson this offseason. So Russell Wilson went over to the Steelers. They've gotten rid of some folks as well. Jerry Jeudy went over to the Browns. So yeah, they have a number of opportunities in which they could go, but I think, again, given how very important the quarterback position is, and I was actually pretty spot on with my prediction. 1, 2, 3 went the quarterbacks, and then 8 and 10. So we had Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy rounding out my prediction. I was spot on. 5 of the first 10 picks being quarterbacks. So we'll see here now. 2021, Patrick Surtain was the last first rounder that really seemed to work out for the Broncos. But yeah, please feel free to drop a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Helps us bring you awesome NFL content, whether you're subscribing on YouTube or TikTok. It really helps. Helps the channel grow, helps us beat the algorithm, so to speak. So, but the pick is in for the Broncos. So we're just waiting. Right now, NFL Network's in a commercial. We're waiting on the announcement to come from Detroit on what that pick is. Seven straight seasons for the Broncos with a losing record. So they need all the help they can get. They are the first team in NFL history to miss the playoffs in 8 straight seasons immediately after winning the Super Bowl. And now we get to figure out we get to learn a little bit more about where they're planning to take this draft going forward here. So take their season. I wouldn't be surprised if they went quarterback because they definitely desperately need help there. But once we get beyond the Raiders, I wouldn't expect us to see a ton of quarterbacks getting selected. We'll see what they decide to do. And then obviously I am looking forward to number 22 overall, which is the Philadelphia Eagles' first pick, barring any kind of a trade. Each of the last 3 seasons, the Eagles have traded somewhere on the draft board in the first round to get some really solid players. Last year, of course, they traded up one slot to make sure that they were able to get a couple slots to make sure that they were able to get Jalen Carter, Devontae Smith the season before. And here comes the commissioner to announce the Denver Broncos pick at number 12. Bo Nix, quarterback out of Oregon. Bo Nix out of Oregon going to the Denver Broncos. Again, the Broncos pick a quarterback after trading away Russell Wilson. The ride was over for them, and so now they have their quarterback of the future, or at least the quarterback that they hope is going to be the quarterback of the future. We will see what happens with that. We've got the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock right now. They've got about 9 minutes left on the clock here, so. 6 quarterbacks going in the first 12 picks. So far 50% of the picks this so far have been quarterbacks. But I would say at this point, when I was talking with Field Yates a couple weeks ago, he reiterated this point too. After you get past the Raiders, everybody else in the NFL has their quarterback situation pretty well figured out. So that's kind of where things stand there. So we got about 2 minutes left, and apparently the pick is in now for the Las Vegas Raiders. So things are moving a little bit quickly here. I remember when this was disastrously long. It was Saturday and Sunday, and each round there were 15 minutes between picks. So each team had 15 minutes of time on the clock, which was way too long of a time. And so they've taken real steps over the course of the last several years to try to shorten that. And they also made it. A few days. So they extended the number of days, so made it a little bit more of an event. But yeah, it's now we. So I mean, mad props to the NFL for doing that, because I think it does provide a better viewing experience for fans. Because you don't have to. Those who only the dedicated ones were really watching the NFL draft, and this the draft now is a lot more accessible to folks. But yeah, the pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. So here comes the commissioner to make the Raiders pick announcement. They could go quarterback as well. They do not. They go tight end Brock Bowers. Tight end out of Georgia. So, the tight end out of Georgia, and he's done some pretty good work there, obviously. That will put the New Orleans Saints on the clock. But apparently, and this is according to Ian Rappaport, I'm getting this report now here, the Saints are listening to trade offers. So we'll see what the Saints decide to do. They've got about 6.5 minutes left on the clock. So that's where they're at. Brock Bowers had 13 receiving touchdowns in 2021. That was his career high. And he was one of two players with more than 2,500 receiving yards, 30 scrimmage touchdowns since 2021. The other being Marvin Harrison Jr., who went earlier in this draft. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Again, we've got about 6 minutes left. The report is that they are listening to trade offers, so we're waiting to hear what those trade offers, or whether or not they decide to pounce on one of those trade offers, or whether or not they decide to not, and to go with whatever pick they're looking to make. But definitely feel free to drop a like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Quick recap of this draft so far. So Chicago had the number 1 overall pick. They picked Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. Number 2 overall was Washington. They picked Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. Number 3 was New England. They picked Drake May, quarterback out of UNC. Then we had Then we had Arizona. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. Then we have the LA Chargers. They picked Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame. New York Giants picked Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. Tennessee picked J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. Atlanta picked Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington. Rome Odunze went at number 9 overall, wide receiver out of Washington, went to Chicago. J.J. McCarthy was selected in a trade. The Minnesota Vikings traded up one spot to pick J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. The New York Jets, the team that they traded with, picked at number 11. They got, Olu Fashanu, and that was that's a tackle out of Penn State. Denver Broncos picked their quarterback, Bo Nix, quarterback from Oregon. And then Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia, went to the Las Vegas Raiders. That was what just happened. There have been no defensive players taken in this draft so far. And there are plenty of teams that need help on defense, so we will see where things go. The Eagles could be potentially one of the first teams to take a defensive player. And if that's the case, I would love to see them go. I would definitely like to see them go linebacker. Jaron Cooper could be somebody that they pick. Depends on how things pan out. But the New Orleans Saints, they've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. Report coming now from Ian Rappaport that the Saints are actually going to pick. So we'll see who they decide to pick. Last year they grabbed Chris Olave. They've had a few folks. Chris Olave last year, Alvin Kamara. They've had some pretty solid performance. Again, I would say at this point, at this particular moment in time, the Saints are not going to be picking a quarterback. They've got their QB. I don't see the Saints going quarterback. We are inside of the 2-minute warning for the Saints. So they're really pushing it here. They were listening to trade talks. They had to figure out whether or not trades were going to be worth it. We're sitting at number 14 overall. So we are not even halfway through the first round yet, folks. But definitely drop a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media because it really helps the channel out. Pick is in for the Saints. So we're waiting on what that pick is going to be. And again, it really helps the channel out. So okay, so the Saints, their pick is in. We're just waiting on what that pick is. Yeah, their big thing, they lost their quarterback Jameis Winston, as well as Michael Thomas. So now that I say that out loud, it's possible the Saints could be going quarterback here. The Saints, ironically, were contenders to win the division for a little bit. They did not, ultimately. But that also just goes to show you how bad the NFC South is. All right, Roger Goodell coming out to make the announcement of the pick. Taliesin Fuaga. So Taliesin Fuaga is a tackle out of Oregon State. And so that will put the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. So that's where we're at right now. Taliesin Fuaga, tackle out of Oregon State. Here's a quick position breakdown of teams and players and what has been picked so far. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quarterbacks of the first 14 picks. We've had 6 quarterbacks. We have had 4 tackles, offensive linemen. We've had 3 wide receivers, and we've had 1 tight end in Brock Bowers. So yeah, that is where we are. That is where things sit right now with that. Taliesin Fuaga. Going in that first round, and that again, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. Colts have their situation relatively sorted out at quarterback, so I don't think that they're going to go QB for them. This could be an opportunity for them to take a corner. They could also take an edge rusher. This might be where we see our first defensive player go off the board. Actually, it looks like here. But the Colts definitely do not need a quarterback. So there we go. We've got about a little less than 4 minutes and 40 seconds before the Colts pick is due. And it looks like they're on the phone now. So you got about 4 minutes left for the Colts before the pick is in. Appreciate everyone's support here. Again, please feel free to like and subscribe. Really helps the channel out. Drop some comments in. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are about this draft. We are approaching the 3-minute mark for the Indianapolis Colts, so they're really pushing it in terms of how long it is. Colts have had a while. It's possible they might have been listening to some trade talks. Okay, so the pick is in for Indianapolis. That is official now. So, we're getting closer now. We are within 10 picks of assuming that the Eagles don't trade their first round pick. We're getting closer to the Eagles' first round pick here at number 22 overall. I've said this a couple of times here. My preferred strategy, I think we've got the most opportunity on defense. So I would love to see defense be addressed over the course of this draft. And I'd love to see the Eagles do that with their first 3 picks of this draft. I would be content if the Eagles took one of those picks and spent it on an offensive line. But I think that the Eagles would be better served getting the best defensive players available. So the pick is in for the Colts. So we're waiting now on the announcement of that pick. Once the Colts pick is announced, the Seattle Seahawks will be on the clock. So the pick is in now for the Colts. Again, we're just waiting on what that is. And here comes NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, who is going to make the announcement of the pick for the Indianapolis Colts. The first defensive player of the draft, edge rusher Laiatu Latu. He's out of UCLA, so that is the first defensive pick of this draft, and he was actually invited to the draft, so he is in the green room. So he's going to go out there and get his photo op with the commissioner. That does put the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. So Laiatu Latu. He was the Ted Hendricks Award winner for 2023 as the nation's top defensive edge rusher. He was the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. First team AP All-American. He's got all the honors. So it definitely makes a lot of sense for him to go in this first round. And there he is. He's going out. He's hugging his family, hugging his friends. So he gets ready to leave that green room. He had 13 sacks in 2023. So, again, I'm not surprised that he went early. 24 sacks and 35.5 tackles for loss in his career. He played both at UCLA and at Washington. He was drafted out of UCLA, but he played for both of those two. So yeah, he's got a big resume, and he's a big pickup for the Indianapolis Colts. Again, first defensive player taken off the board, and he is it's a big honor for him. So we will see where things go on that front there. Seattle is on the clock. They've got 5 minutes and 47 seconds based off of the ESPN clock that I'm looking at here. But yeah, he's they're saying he's a natural pass rusher, a diverse plan of attack. Trey Hendrickson, think like him. They're showing some Senior Bowl highlights right now. And again, his big thing is now he's an Indianapolis Colts. So Colts fans, I'm sure, are very happy to have picked him up. Again, we are approaching the halfway point here. We have not hit that point yet. We're at the 16th overall pick with Seattle on the clock right now. So they have some needs that they can address in the draft. They have some offensive line needs. They could go with a guard or a center. They also have some defensive needs as well. So they could be going with another edge rusher, or they could be going with corner or safety. They've got some opportunity. So So we're just hanging out here again. I appreciate all of you for stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media because it really helps the channel out. We're trying to get you NFL content as much as we can. A little bit more of like analytical, a little bit more thoughtful than maybe like the humorous stuff. That's not my style, I will say. But we're here, we're hanging out, and we like to talk football here. So appreciate you stopping by. Drop a comment in the chat what your thoughts are about this draft so far. Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. They are at about 2.5 minutes left before their pick is due. So they will do that, and their pick is in now, actually. So their pick is in. NFL Network's moving to a commercial right now, so that's kind of the broadcast that I'm following here. I've got NFL Network up on the TV. I've got ESPN's timer going, so that way we can keep both of those things going here. So here's where we're at. So the next 5 picks after Seattle's pick is announced. So we are at the halfway point. 16 picks in. We got 16 more to go in this first round. And so after Seattle, we got Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, and then Miami. And then the Philadelphia Eagles hop on the clock. So 5 more picks to go before the Philadelphia Eagles hop on the clock and make their selection. Again, that's assuming that the Eagles don't trade. They have been known to do that. The Eagles have traded each of their last 3 first-round picks, or traded in the first round in each of the last 3 drafts, I should clarify. So they drafted in 2023. They traded to pick Jalen Carter. They traded up a couple spots for him. They already had a top pick, but they moved into the top 10 to grab him. Then you had the year before, you had the trade for Devontae Smith as a big one. So Devontae Smith being the pick there. Those were the notable ones. So again, QB is not a need for any of these other teams. The teams have none of the other teams have any QB needs. I mean, they might be looking for backups, but nothing that would warrant a first round pick being spent on a quarterback. And that's important because the pick has to match the need too. So the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. They're doing some announcements, a special message from some of the men and women of our United States Armed Forces. Okay, here comes the commissioner now, getting ready to make the announcement of the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. Byron Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas. So 2 defensive players going pretty quickly in a row. And he's got leverage and quickness. Those are kind of the things that he impacted there. They're showing highlights of him now. 2023 Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year, Byron Murphy. And we have a trade alert, folks. So we would have said at this particular point in time, the Jaguars would have been on the clock, and they were actually for a hot minute. But the Jaguars have traded their pick to the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikings doing a little bit of trading around the board today. I'm just trying to get the terms of the trade right now here for you. But that's the big news there. The Vikings have traded back into the first round. They were they traded up, it looks like. They think they're swapping picks with the Jaguars. So the Vikings had the number 23 overall. So looks like the Jaguars are going to be taking over there. So the Vikings trade up from number 23 to number 17. And then we're just waiting on the terms of that trade. And the pick is in for the Vikings. Okay, so here are the terms. So the Vikings get the 17th overall pick. The Vikings have to give up a haul. So the Jaguars get the number 23 overall. They get a 5th round pick that's number 167 overall. And then they get 2 in the next year's pick. They get a 3rd and a 4th in the 2025 NFL draft. So that is where the those were the terms of the trade. So the Vikings give up a haul to move up a bunch of slots here, but the pick is in, and the commissioner is out to announce it. And they get Dallas Turner, edge out of Alabama. So they get Dallas Turner again. Big move for the Vikings, trading up trading up 6 slots to try to get him, but they jump up and they are able to get him. And he's going to be a real big boon to the defense. So the Vikings get their quarterback of the future, and they get a defensive player. And now the Bengals are on the clock. Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. They've got about 9 minutes left before they make their pick, so we'll see where things pan out on that front. Definitely feel free to drop a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out, whether you're subscribing here on YouTube or if you are watching us on TikTok, where we're live streaming today as well. Really helps the channel. So that's where we're at. The Minnesota Vikings made their selection. Now we've got the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. So it's Bengals, Rams, Steelers, Dolphins, Eagles. So that is where we are at this point. 5 picks left until the Eagles, or just 4 teams actually separate the Eagles from the clock. And that is, of course, assuming that the Eagles don't trade, which they very easily could do. All right. So, Bengals wrapping up here. We got 3.5 minutes before their pick is due. So based off of what I'm looking at here now, and barring anything crazy, because we've got about 3 minutes left for the Bengals, Quinyon Mitchell still remains the best overall player available. One thing I think that might impact the Eagles' strategy a little bit is the fact that, again, Isaiah Rodgers was reinstated by the NFL following his 1 year suspension. So Rodgers could Rodgers coming in at corner. It's contingent on what he's got. He's had to spend a year away from a organized professional football league, so it depends on what he's got. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. But assuming that Rodgers is solid, then the Eagles might not necessarily need to spend the first round pick on a corner. If they do, I would like them to. Quinyon Mitchell still being there, the fact that he's still there is a huge thing, and if he's able to hang around for that point, that would be beneficial. But otherwise, Jaron Cooper is a linebacker. That's the Eagles need help in the linebacker. Thank you so much to everybody for subscribing and for following. Birds Nest Media really helps the channel. Yeah, but Jaron Cooper could be a huge pickup there. Junior Colson, another one. If the Eagles decide to go linebacker instead of corner, I need them to address the defensive secondary though. They can't just be let's refer to it this way. They can't be hanging out waiting for in my opinion they shouldn't be picking defensive line, and they've got other needs. If they choose to spend one of their first 3 picks this year on a offensive line pick, that I'd be okay with that, but I'd rather see them go defense with these first 3. I think the offensive line picks, there's enough depth where the Eagles could grab them. Okay, so the pick is in for the Bengals. So next up would be the Los Angeles Rams. So we're just kind of hanging out here. Again, I appreciate you all stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. Whether you're on YouTube, we're live streaming to TikTok today as well. So I appreciate you stopping by wherever you are. Give us a subscribe. Trying to get some awesome content for you, especially over the off season for the Birds Nest podcast. That's kind of where we're at here channel wise. Pick is in for the Bengals. So we're waiting on the announcement of that pick. Bengals definitely don't need a quarterback. As long as Joe Burrow can stay healthy, they're pretty well solid. Thanks for the follow there. I can't read that username, but thanks for the follow. Really helps. All right, so we got the Bengals coming up. Here comes the pick for the Bengals. Amarius Mims, tackle out of Georgia. So, if the Eagles were to go offensive line in the draft, this would have been a player I would have looked at. He's a really good player there. They're showing highlights now. It's a lot more of I've said this a few times here as we've had some breakdowns, but offensive line really you get your assessment more from the eye test than you do from statistics. That having been said, according to PFF, Mims allowed 0 sacks on 156 pass blocks last season, which huge for him. So the Rams are now actually on the clock. The Rams have missed when the Rams went all in 2021. They traded away a haul. They traded away a lot of picks. And they traded away a lot of picks. And when they traded those picks away, what wound up happening was, I mean, it was a big like they could take the first round off for the last couple of years because they didn't have first round picks. The LA Rams are picking with their first round pick for the first time in a couple of years. 3.5 minutes left on the clock for them. But that is where things sit. So I appreciate you all for hanging out. We are moving things along here. For the Rams, I would say their needs. They could be looking for some defensive players. This might be where Quinyon Mitchell takes a walk. You also have they could also go for edge or defensive tackle, offensive tackle, quarterback. I wouldn't expect they could get somebody, but I would expect them to, if they address that would be much later on. But yeah, we are more than halfway through this first round of the NFL draft. So drop a comment in the chat. I'd love to hear from you. Love to hear what your thoughts are surrounding this draft and how things have been going. The LA Rams, 2.5 minutes left in this first or on the clock for their first round pick. They did not have first-round picks really at all over the course of the last couple of seasons. So 2021, they traded away 2022, 2023, really 2020 even too for that matter. They didn't have any first-round picks. They were going all in. 2021 was the season. Actually, they haven't had any first-round picks since at least 2019. They're showing the stat now. But they were going all in the 1 year, and they won the Super Bowl. But it's one of those at what cost kind of situations. So the pick is in for the LA Chargers. Pick is officially in. So the Chargers fans for the first time have a draft pick in the first round. The first time in a while they have a draft pick in the first round. Pick is in. We will see what that pick is. Here we go. I'm just waiting on the commissioner to come out. They're flashing the lights on the stage, which usually is an indicator that get ready, here comes the pick. the LA Rams fans could turn out in the first round, and sure looks like they did. They're showing the crowd shots here. All right, here comes the commissioner out to make the announcement of the pick. Monumentous occasion for the LA Rams, first time in 5 years, first time since at least 2019, they have had a pick in the first round. And with that pick, they select Jared Verse, edge rusher out of Florida State. So, edge rusher out of Florida State, Jared Verse. Pretty solid pick there. He's a bully on the field, explosive with his hands and his feet, is what they're saying. So he's going to be that's a good pickup for them. So now we've got Pittsburgh on the clock, the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we come in the first of the Pennsylvania teams coming in on the clock. Appreciate you all hanging out. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. Drop a comment in the chat as well. I'd love to hear from you what your thoughts are about the draft. Who do you? We're coming up on the Eagles selection in a couple of picks here. Who do you think the Eagles are going to pick? There are still a few other teams that could make a move. Who do you think the Eagles are? What do you think are going to be the biggest shockers of the first round here? For me, I think the biggest chaos came out of Minnesota, with the Minnesota Vikings trading up a couple of times in this first round. But yeah, you got you got all that going on there, and then half of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks. So 6 of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks, and teams that needed the QB help. I'll do a quick recap of the draft so far. While we're waiting on Pittsburgh to submit their pick, they've got about 5.5 minutes left, and since we come to commercial, we've got a good moment here. Chicago had the number 1 overall pick. They picked Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. Washington had the number 2 overall pick. They picked Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. New England had the number 3 overall pick, taking Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Arizona, 4th overall pick, Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. 5th overall pick went to the LA Chargers. They selected Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame. 6th overall pick went to the New York Giants. They had Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. 7th overall pick went to Tennessee. J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. 8th overall pick was Atlanta's. They picked Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington. Then you had Chicago, number 9 overall pick. They picked Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington. The New York Jets picked... the New York Jets actually traded their pick to the Minnesota Vikings, who selected J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. The New York Jets picked at number 11, which was Minnesota's. They picked Olu Fashanu, tackle out of Penn State. Denver selected at number 12. They had Bo Nix, quarterback out of Oregon. Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Raiders selected Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia. New Orleans picked at number 14. They selected Taliesin Fuaga, tackle out of Oregon State. First defensive player off the board came at number 15. The Indianapolis Colts selected Laiatu Latu, edge rusher out of UCLA. Number 16 overall went to the Seattle Seahawks, another defensive player, Byron Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas. Minnesota traded up into the number 17 spot, trading with Jacksonville, selecting Dallas Turner, edge rusher out of Alabama. Cincinnati selected Amarius Mims, tackle out of Georgia. And then the Los Angeles Rams just selected Jared Verse, edge out of Florida State, and the pick is in for Pittsburgh. So that's where we are at right now. So the pick is in for Pittsburgh. Once that happens, then the Miami Dolphins go on the clock. And then once the Miami Dolphins make their pick, the Eagles will make their selection. So the pick is in. The number 20 overall pick held by the Pittsburgh Steelers. $275,000 fans are in attendance in Detroit at the draft. It's a night one record. Appreciate you all hanging out, regardless of where you are. It really helps the channel if you give a like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. We are waiting right now on the Pittsburgh Steelers pick, which is the number 20 overall in the NFL draft. That pick is in, so we're just waiting on the announcement. And here we are, just kind of waiting here. A little bit of crazy. 6 of the first 12 picks, 5 of the first 10 picks were quarterbacks. Offensive line has been the next most popular position. Tackle specifically. Then we've had a flurry of defensive players come off the board in these last couple of picks, but it took until pick 15 for that to occur. So that's huge. So we're just waiting now. We got the Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. They're just waiting on, we're just waiting on the announcement of what that pick is. But yeah, drop a comment in the chat. Would love to hear from you. What your thoughts are about this draft so far. Here comes the commissioner along with a special guest. Looks like it's Walter Payton Man of the Year honoree nominee, or (2023) Walter Payton Man of the Year Cameron Hayward is announcing the pick for the Steelers. Taking their jolly old time announcing this. Troy Fautanu, tackle out of Washington, is the selection. So lots and lots of tackles coming off the board here. Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 offensive tackles coming off of the board in this first round. That is based off of what I'm looking at here. It's the second highest position. It has just tied quarterback. And I'm only giving quarterback the edge because of how quickly the quarterbacks went off the board. But yeah, offensive tackle has now tied quarterback as the highest position coming off, singular position coming off the board. At 6, then we had 3 wide receivers drafted so far, and then we've had 3 edge rushers and 1 defensive tackle. So the Miami Dolphins are on the clock right now. And they actually have about 2.5 minutes left before the Philadelphia Eagles are able to come in. So if you're just joining us, appreciate you hopping in. Please feel free to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. We are approaching the 2-minute warning for the Miami Dolphins pick. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock right now, and we are waiting to hear what they're waiting to see what they decide to do. And the pick is now in for Miami. So we are just waiting on what that pick is going to be. And then we will have the Philadelphia Eagles pick upcoming. So the Eagles not trading up is the first time this has happened in 4 years. The Eagles have not traded in some form for their pick, and that is still, of course, assuming that the Eagles pick at number 22. They could go somewhere else on that front. But yeah, drop your thoughts about this draft in the comments. What your thoughts are. The fact that the Eagles, and this is contingent upon what the Miami Dolphins do, because the Miami Dolphins they have some needs on defense that they could wind up taking. They've got some needs on the line, defensive tackle, offensive tackle, but they also have needs at tight end. They have a need at offensive guard. They have a need at edge rusher. So I think as of right now, I don't think that they would be necessarily targets for players that I would like to see the Eagles pick. If the Eagles get Quinyon Mitchell, that would be huge. That would be really, really big. But again, the Eagles could also go with other players as well. I think there was some speculation that a Jaron Cooper might not have been available yet. And if that were the case, and the Eagles decide to go with somebody like him, that would be big. Quinyon Mitchell, right now, according to ESPN, is the top available corner. We'll see if the Eagles decide to go with him in the wake of Isaiah Rodgers. But I think the Eagles have to go defensive secondary with this first pick that they've got, because they've just got too much of a need in the secondary. So, but first we got to figure out who the Miami Dolphins are picking, because the Miami Dolphins, whoever they pick, could throw a wrench into this whole thing. But leading up to this point, I had seen the Eagles mocked for Nate Wiggins, which, I mean, again, that would have been a good, solid pick. Cooper DeJean could have made it in there. But the fact that no corners have been taken at this particular point in time, means that the best available corners are on the board. So again, this is all contingent on what the Miami Dolphins decide to do here with this pick. If they decide to go Quinyon Mitchell and kind of screw the Eagles over out of somebody like him, then okay. We are almost through this first round here, folks. We are approaching the final 10 picks. Dolphins pick has been in for a little bit here. So we're just kind of waiting at this point. Again, I appreciate you. If you're stopping by, please feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Whether you're joining us on YouTube or on TikTok, really helps. Miami is the only team that did not have a receiving touchdown by a tight end in 2023. But they had 401 total yards per game in 2023, most in the NFL, 401.3 specifically. Here comes the commissioner to put the Eagles on the clock. So it's going to be Chop Robinson, edge rusher out of Penn State. So Chop Robinson out of Penn State. Tamim, thanks for stopping by. See your comment here. Appreciate you. See the comment here. All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. And who are they going to pick? That is the question of the day. For me, again, gotta be secondary at this particular stage. I'm looking here. Quinyon Mitchell, solid pick. I don't know what drugs ESPN is on for saying that the best fit for the Eagles is Brian Thomas Jr. The Eagles just extended A.J. Brown. There is no reason why the Eagles should be taking a wide receiver with the first pick of this draft. So the Eagles, in my opinion, again, got to be going secondary. Got to be thinking secondary. So if they're thinking corner, I'm really high on Quinyon Mitchell if they want to go with him. And there have been no corners taken. The Eagles could also go linebacker, and if they go linebacker, Jaron Cooper is a solid selection for him. So we will see where we're at. We're inside of 3 minutes left. The Eagles are on the clock. The Eagles need the most help in defense, most help in the secondary. They lost 5 of their final 6 games in 2023, starting 10-1. So again, this was bad. That was a bad end, and the Eagles need to figure it out here. And again, A.J. Brown just extended, so now you've got it up. Jeffrey Lurie talking to Howie Roseman on the phone, making some kind of a phone call. You can see everybody in the draft room. All the Eagles front office staff. most of the Eagles' offensive needs have been addressed through most of the Eagles' offensive needs have been addressed through free agency. We got about a minute and a half left for the Eagles on the clock. So we'll see where things stand here. Plenty of opportunity for the Eagles. Daniel Jeremiah thinks also the best available corner could be Arnold. So if that could be another player that the Eagles look into. Terrion Arnold. We'll see what is selected here. But the pick is in. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. The pick is in, and we are just waiting now on what that pick is going to be. So the Eagles do not trade away their pick. That's also always a concern, especially with Howie. But the Eagles decided to make a selection at number 22. Again, first time the Eagles have made a selection at their assigned pick in the first round in quite a while. So who do the Eagles pick? We're going to get a Jaron Cooper. We're going to get Arnold. Are we going to get Quinyon Mitchell? Are we going to get a safety? Do we go safety with this first pick? Javon Bullard is the best safety. He's a Georgia player, so that follows in line with the Eagles' history of picking players from Georgia. Who are we going to pick? Could get a guy like Tyler Nubin or Cole Bishop. Pick is in for the Eagles. We're waiting on the Eagles pick to be announced. Will the Eagles rescue Vic Fangio, or will they go offensive line? Because that's always a penchant of of Howie Roseman. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell coming out to make the selection, or to announce the selection here. Pick is in. Who do the Eagles pick? Drop a comment in the chat. Love to hear from you. They're doing a promotional announcement for the first game. The Eagles will have the first game ever in Sao Paulo, Brazil. That'll be where the Eagles open the season. Commissioner Goodell calling Jordan Mailata one of the most successful international players, which is true. Jordan Mailata coming from Australia. And Jordan's live from Australia. Quinyon Mitchell. The Eagles get Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback out of Toledo. Best available cornerback on the board by, according to a number of those outlets. Addressing the defensive secondary. Addressing the secondary, that is exactly what the Eagles needed. Quinyon Mitchell going to the Philadelphia Eagles. And the big question again, like he was for a number of picks, he was the best overall player on the board. So one of the questions is, how do you allow the Philadelphia Eagles to get a player like Quinyon Mitchell? He had 18 pass breakups in 2023. He led the team. He had 6 interceptions, 46 pass breakups in his career. That's the most pass breakups in school history at Toledo. He had 25 passes defended in 2022, which led the FBS. So, like, this is a stellar pickup for the Eagles. This draft board just fell really, really nicely. And the Eagles, again, there were talks about whether or not the Eagles would be moving up even as high as 12. You can see everybody's clapping. You got Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, Jeffrey Lurie all hanging out, getting the applause. So this is huge for the Eagles, and it's just a matter of this is one of those kind of trust Howie things, and it was surprising that the Eagles didn't move. It was surprising that the Eagles didn't really do a lot of movement on Quinyon Mitchell, but the Eagles had their sights on him, and you trust Howie sometimes not to make the move, so to speak. Quinyon Mitchell there. He had his photo op with the commissioner. So the Eagles again. Quinyon Mitchell is so good that the NFL invited him because they were so confident he was going in the first round. So again, a huge pickup for the Eagles. Big fan of this. This falls right in line with the strategy I was certainly hoping that the Eagles would take, which again, address the secondary. We'll see what they do with tomorrow's 2 picks, but you address the secondary. The Eagles need to do that with at least 2 out of 3 of the first picks before I get any kind of I can say, like, okay, I'm content with this draft. Quinyon Mitchell is being described as twitchy, tough. Think of a Jair Alexander. Which will be good because Jair Alexander playing for the Green Bay Packers, and the Eagles will be facing off against them in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Pick is in for Jacksonville. Again, Jacksonville acquired this pick from Minnesota. They got this pick from Cleveland through Houston. So it was a whole. This pick is this pick that the Jaguars are making right now. Has traded hands quite a bit. But yeah, Quinyon Mitchell, huge fan of this pick for the Eagles. Just really, really excited. Big pickup for the secondary, and now we'll see what the Eagles decide to do with that. Again, the only thought that I was thinking is whether or not the Eagles would have been going linebacker instead, given the fact that the Eagles got Isaiah Rodgers off of suspension. But again, wherever the help was going in the defensive secondary, the secondary needed the help. So, all right, so the Jaguars have their pick in, and then we're going to have another NFC East rival in the Dallas Cowboys, so everybody can get their booze on. here comes the selection for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And they're going to go wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. He's out of LSU. So the Jaguars lost Calvin Ridley in free agency, so that makes sense for them to get a wide receiver there. It adds to wide receiver. First cornerback, so Quinyon Mitchell, first cornerback off the board. So we'll do a more full breakdown as we get closer to the end of this here. But the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock right now. Another one of the invited prospects. So he's getting his photo ops with the commissioner. So the Dallas Cowboys, again, please feel free to boo them. They are on the clock. Drop some boos in the chat for the Dallas Cowboys. They are on the clock. So we're waiting to hear what their pick is. All right, so here we are. We're just waiting at this point. So we got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. They've got less than 3.5 minutes left before their pick is due. We're inside of 3 minutes left for the Cowboys. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones said that they were going all in free agency and didn't. And then the Cowboys, if the Cowboys definition of all in the NFL draft is the same as what it was in free agency, I'm looking forward to seeing what this pick is. Cowboys said farewell to Tony Pollard. So that's where that's at. Right now, the Cowboys are using all of their 10 minutes. They're inside of 2 minutes before the pick is due. But yeah, drop some boos in the chat for the Dallas Cowboys because it's high time for them to hear it. It's also America's favorite pastime is to boo the Dallas Cowboys and especially Eagles fans. Cowboys have 90 seconds. $75 left for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think I've seen a team get inside the final minute, but the Cowboys just did. Cowboys are inside of the final minute of their allotted 10 minutes in the first round. All right, Cowboys have one Jeopardy song left before their pick is due. And we have a trade alert. We have a trade alert. So the Cowboys are trading their pick to the Detroit Lions. So the Detroit Lions are now on the clock here, folks. And according to Ian Rappaport, the crowd has gone wild. But the Dallas Cowboys have traded their pick to the Detroit Lions. And the pick is in for the Lions. So that is where things stand. So the pick is in. Working on trying to find the trade compensation for you right now. That could take a second. But yeah, the Detroit Lions pick for the first time this draft, the host city is picking. So the Detroit Lions, they moved up 5 slots. 5 slots. The Detroit Lions won the division for the first time in 30 years. Okay, here's the compensation. The Lions got the 24th overall pick and a 2025 pick. And that is an exchange. Hang on one second here. They took it down, so I'm trying to grab it. 12 wins in 2023 for the Lions, most since 1991. Their needs, they have needs at edge, at defensive tackle, at safety, at cornerback. So they have more defensive needs than they have like offensive. Just waiting on. I just got to double check what this trade compensation is. Appreciate your patience here on that. I am trying to find the. They took down the trade compensation. They've got like little drone lights going. That's pretty cool. The Lions doing some drone lighting. It's looking like the Lions might be getting Terrion Arnold. Yeah, they haven't announced it, but I'm seeing a number of sources on number of reporters on Twitter posting it. All right, here comes the commissioner to announce the pick. Okay. The Cowboys' 24th pick and the 2025 7th rounder in exchange for the Lions' number 29 and the third round pick and the third round pick, number 73 overall. That's the compensation. So that was what I was waiting on here. They're promoting, doing a flag football promotion right now on stage. Flag football is going to be an Olympic sport, so we're gonna try to bring you as much coverage of that as possible. So definitely keep it locked here. I've already started going to some events, virtual events hosted by the IOC. Yep, it's Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama. Another player I would have been happy with if the Eagles had gotten him, but Terrion Arnold is the official selection for the Lions. So, huge pick for them. I'm seeing some Packers fans definitely a little not thrilled about that. Just because it is the Lions and division rival. All right, but right now we've got the Packers on the clock again. If you're just joining us, please feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Trying to get you as much content, as much Eagles content, as much NFL content as possible. So I appreciate you all for hanging out one way or the other here. Terrion Arnold is on site, so he's going out and going to have his photo op with the commissioner. 5 interceptions in 2023. That's tied for 6th in the FBS. He's going to the Motor City. Now we've got Green Bay on the clock. So Green Bay's got 8.5 minutes left to make their selection. But again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. It really helps the channel. Been going for a little over 3 hours. We will be back also because we are inside of the final few picks here in this first round. So we will be back on Friday night as well. Once the first round wraps up, we will wrap up here, but we will be back on Friday night for rounds 2 and 3. So please make sure that you keep it locked here. I'll try to do the same thing I did this time, stream on both YouTube and TikTok to try to get to as many of you folks as possible. But yeah, definitely just keep it locked here, and we'll hang out. We'll watch the draft together. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Would love to hear from you. What are your thoughts about this draft, and especially about this first round so far? Yeah, Arnold will be a good fit for the Lions. Arnold was going to be a good fit. Arnold would have been a good fit for the Eagles if the Eagles didn't nab Quinyon Mitchell. Arnold would have been a good fit for them too. Things are winding down here. We're getting to the final few picks of the night. We are at pick number 25 overall. That is held by the Green Bay Packers. So once the Green Bay Packers make their selection, Then you will have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then the Arizona Cardinals come on the clock again. Then you've got the Buffalo Bills. Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions traded their pick to the Dallas Cowboys, so I got to mark that down. And then you got the Baltimore Ravens. Then you got the San Francisco 49ers, and rounding it out with the Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl champions, Super Bowl 58 champions. Pick is in for the Packers. So we are waiting on what this pick is going to be. Packers will be playing the Eagles in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So by all means, just hang tight for that. We're gonna see our whoever this pick is. I would expect them to be contributing pretty soon, and I would expect to see them on the field in Sao Paulo. Packers, I would not be surprised if they go corner. I know a lot of Packers fans have been looking at Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. Would be the best fit for them. Certainly third best corner on the board. They also have needs at offensive tackle, safety, guard, and at linebacker. So that's kind of where things are. Again, their pick is in. So just kind of hanging out. Again, drop some comments in the chat. I'd love to hear from you. Like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. Really helps us grow. So the pick is in. We're just waiting on that pick to be announced. Honestly, I think I honestly was very surprised that the Eagles were able to get Quinyon Mitchell. I think honestly that's the biggest surprise. Certainly the chaos is all the trades that the NFC North was making. But I think the surprise, for me at least, is the fact that Quinyon Mitchell, best corner in the draft, was available for the Eagles at number 22. Not even so much that the Eagles had didn't trade to get him. But that he was, in fact, available for the Eagles at 22, and the Eagles went and got him. The NFL keeps allowing the Eagles to make picks, and didn't even make the Eagles pay for it. All right, Packers selection is incoming. Okay, it's going to be offensive tackle Jordan Morgan from Arizona. So they do not go with Cooper DeJean, which I'm definitely surprised by. I mean, they have a need at tackle, or they have a need at offensive tackle there, but they do not get they do not get a corner. And I know they were looking at that. There's also apparently been a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up. All right. So that's where that is. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, and actually their pick is in already. They knew who they were going for. They had their sights set on one player. He was available. They took him. That has to have been what's been going on there, because otherwise that was way too quick. Immediate response from some Packers fans is that Morgan could be good, but definitely some disappointment that it's not. Cooper DeJean or even Barton could have been a player that would have gone to them as well. Graham Barton, center out of Duke, who is rated as the best overall player on the board by ESPN. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Again, they have 2 picks in the first round. They picked at number 4 overall already. They snagged Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. This pick comes to them via one of their trades with Houston last year. So they get the 27 overall. And that's where things are. So that's where we're sitting here. We're waiting on the official announcement of the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we get the Arizona Cardinals on the board. Again, the analysis coming out of ESPN from Jordan Reed is that for the first time since 2002, the Eagles selected a cornerback in the first round, and Mitchell didn't allow a touchdown and 402 coverage snaps last year, and this is a good succession plan, and also according to ESPN overall value, this is a massive steal. So again, why was he still available at number 22? Because the Eagles should have. He was the 10th overall player on the board, top corner in the class. Why was he still available there? That's the biggest question for NFL fans who do not like the Eagles in terms of the cap management. And that is one thing I will say. The Eagles have a long history of doing good work with at least roster management and cap management. Joe Banner was a salary cap whiz, and then Howie Roseman, his successor, has kind of continued in that tradition. All right, so the pick is in for the Buccaneers. And then I think we're going to move right into a pick being in for the Cardinals, too. It looks like, because I'm already seeing the Buffalo Bills on the clock. So they took a little bit of time with certainly breaking down the Cardinals pick. Or breaking down the Buccaneers pick here. So we're just hanging out. Again, appreciate y'all stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. Really helps the channel out. Drop a comment. What are your thoughts about this draft? I would love to hear from you. How things been? What have your thoughts been on this? They've been taking their jolly old time announcing this pick for the Buccaneers. This pick for the Buccaneers has been in for a literal half a year. And we just need We need things to move along here. So the pick has been in for 2 teams. Let's go. Come on. All right. So here we are. So the Buccaneers take Graham Barton. So Graham Barton is the pick. He is a center out of Duke. And he was rated as the best available player. So he is now taken. And I think this... so if they're saying ESPN's saying that the Cardinals are on the clock, although I saw some shots from the stage that the Buffalo Bills are on the clock here. But yeah, that puts that. So we'll see what the Cardinals do. The Cardinals pick is in. But yeah, so I'm Graham Barton, center. Not sure if a center was the pick I would have made with the first round. I could be wrong. Again, I'm not the Buccaneers. I don't know as much about the Buccaneers' needs. But Barton comes off the board. And now the Arizona Cardinals get their second pick of the first round. And they take Darius Robinson, edge rusher out of Missouri. So good pickup for them. Getting some defensive help. Jonathan Gannon, head coach over there, obviously a defensive minded head coach. So that's where he stands. Yeah, so that's where things stand. So we only have 5 more picks left in this first round, which is relatively insane, actually. So that's where we're at here at this point. Is the the Buccaneers, and then the Cardinals made their picks. So now we've got Buffalo, we've got Dallas coming up, then we've got Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City to round out the night. Darius Robinson, one of the 13 invited players, so he is getting his moment on the stage. NFL's gotten away from doing some of that with the gotten away from inviting the players, mostly because they don't want a lot of embarrassment. But yeah, Darius Robinson, a big edge with push and pull moves, so he'll be a force to be reckoned with among the Arizona Cardinals. Now, whether the Arizona Cardinals are able to get better from their last place finish in the NFC West, one of the not as good divisions, remains to be seen. But the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. We're just waiting on them to submit their selection. They've got less than 2 minutes left to go. So remember these picks, timing-wise, first round, 10 minutes between picks. Tomorrow night, things are going to get a little bit faster. We pick up the pace a little bit. We get through 2 rounds on Friday night, and then the remaining rounds are picked on Saturday. The second round has 7 minutes between picks. The third round and every round after that has 5 minutes. So things will start to pick up much quicker. There will be a lot less downtime in between. Picks. I'm seeing we have a trade alert. We have a trade alert. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a trade alert. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. So we're waiting on the Buffalo Bills pick to come in, and I'm going to try to figure out what this compensation is. But the Kansas City Chiefs pick are on the clock as soon as Buffalo submits their pick. But that's the big news there is that I will say this, Buffalo's got less than 20 seconds. So their pick is pretty much in at this point. Oh, I'm sorry. The Chiefs traded with Buffalo. That's my bad. I missed that. The Chiefs traded with Buffalo, so the Chiefs pick is in now. The Super Bowl 58 champions have submitted their pick. What's the compensation? All right, here's the compensation. So, Buffalo sends number 28, number 133, and number 248 to Kansas City. Buffalo gets number 32, number 95, and number 221. So there's a lot of pick swapping going on for the Chiefs to move up 4 spaces. I don't know why anybody's entertaining the thought of trading with the Chiefs unless the Chiefs are going to get fleeced there, but that's where things stand. So the Kansas City Chiefs move up 4 spaces, and their pick is in. So that will put the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. So once the pick comes in, once the pick gets announced, we will see what that is. So the pick is in. Again, we're just kind of waiting here. We have 4 more picks left to be made. On the clock now is the Dallas Cowboys, Baltimore Ravens, San Francisco, and then Buffalo will round us out tonight. But the pick is in. So we're just now waiting on what that pick is going to be. So just hang in there, folks. Kansas City Chiefs have won the AFC West in 8 straight seasons. They are the first team since the New England Patriots to repeat as Super Bowl champions. Kansas City, of course, hosted the NFL Draft last year, where they made a big deal about the fact that they were the reigning Super Bowl champions. We will see what they decide to do on that front there. There's a little bit of some pomp and circumstance coming out. A couple of people accompanying Commissioner Roger Goodell out onto the stage. Got a few more just hanging out here waiting on that pick announcement. Make-A-Wish winner Justin is making the announcement, so I honestly can't really fault him for that. Xavier Worthy going to the Kansas City Chiefs. He's a wide receiver out of Texas. And that fills a big need for the Kansas City Chiefs because the Chiefs' big Achilles heel last season was their wide receiver core, which honestly, their receivers dropped off precipitously after Travis Kelce. They had MVS, but MVS famously for Philadelphia Eagles fans dropped the big dropped a big pass, a touchdown, would-be touchdown pass. So, yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs have a big Achilles heel at wide receiver. They were able to snag Marquise Brown in the offseason. But realistically, they needed some extra help, and Xavier Worthy is going to provide that help for them. Plus, he can also do some punt returning too, which will be helpful for them. Yeah, but that's where things stand. So, Dallas Cowboys are back on the clock after trading away their pick, or after doing a pick swap to the with the Detroit Lions. So the Dallas Cowboys are on, and their pick is actually in at this point. So these last couple of picks are going to move a little bit quicker, and that will put after Dallas, it's Baltimore, followed by San Francisco, followed by Buffalo. So Buffalo will round out the first round. So pick is in for the Cowboys. They're just going to make the announcement again. This is an Eagles channel, so drop some boos in the chat for the Cowboys. Cowboys have won the NFC East in 2 of the last 3 seasons. There has not been a repeat winner of the NFC East since the Eagles did in the went on a 4-peat in the early 2000s. So here comes NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell out to make the announcement, and he drops his card. Cowboys take Tyler Guyton. Tyler Guyton, he's a tackle out of Oklahoma. Somebody I would not have minded the Eagles getting. So, yeah, he's again, somebody I would not have minded the Eagles getting, but the Cowboys get him, and so that moves the Baltimore Ravens to the on-the-clock status. Again, a lot of surprises here. Doing some quick run-throughs here. So again, the 6 of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks, and we haven't had a quarterback drafted since. I'm just running through here right now. The most selected pick in most selected position in this first round appears to be tackle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tackles taken in this first round. Then you've got we didn't have our first defensive player come off the board until pick 15 when Indianapolis selected Laiatu Latu. An edge rusher, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 edge rushers. That's another solid showing out of the edge rushers. We had a bunch of wide receivers come off the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So they it's a good night if you were a wide receiver, one of the top wide receivers. Certainly if you're one of the top quarterbacks, obviously that's always going to be a thing. Pick is in for Baltimore, so we will await the announcement of their pick. If you were a center, not a good night for you. And you were hoping, if you were a center and you were hoping to go in the first round, not really a good night. Only one center has been taken so far. That was Graham Barton. Again, Tyler Guyton, most recent selection, was picked by the Cowboys. But the Baltimore Ravens have won the AFC North for the first time since, for the first time in a while. They hosted the AFC Championship for the first time in franchise history. So that's, again, that there's some huge stuff, and Lamar Jackson won the MVP last year. So the Ravens have some good stuff going on their end. Just a matter of where are people going to go? This is the third pick, so we've got the penultimate team. Third to last pick, so we got the penultimate team of the first round on the clock. San Francisco, the 49ers. So we will see who is selected for them. But we'll see who the pick is for the Baltimore Ravens. They're doing the lights, so we'll see if that's usually an indication that the commissioner is about to come out. Ravens' needs are mostly on defense as well. They need an edge rusher, they need a corner, they need a safety on defense, and then they need an offensive guard and a wide receiver. All this according to ESPN. So we're waiting to see who the Ravens pick. Ravens pick is about to be announced. Commissioner Goodell coming out to make the announcement. It's going to be cornerback Nate Wiggins. He was a player I would have liked to see go to the Eagles if the Eagles didn't have Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell, obviously a much better corner, but Nate Wiggins, another solid player. He's long, he's fast. That's been the feedback that I've gotten from my conversations with the draft experts at ESPN, Mel Kiper, Field Yates, with Daniel Jeremiah. He's almost universally been mocked to was mocked to the Eagles, just given in a particular way his speed, his effectiveness on the field, his athleticism. The Eagles needed the help, and they got him. The Eagles needed the help, and they I mean, if the Eagles didn't need the Eagles didn't get Quinyon Mitchell, that would have been a solid pickup if the Eagles had gone for them. So I am very happy for the Baltimore Ravens in terms of getting him. And now we've got the penultimate pick incoming. Less than 5 minutes away. Just some quick heads up, a quick little recap here while we're waiting. Round one recap. Chicago, first overall pick, Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. Washington, Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. New England had the third overall pick, Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Arizona had the fourth overall pick, Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. Los Angeles Chargers had Joe Alt at number 5, tackle out of Notre Dame. The New York Giants selected at number 6, Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. Tennessee selected at number 7. They picked J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. Number 8 overall was Atlanta's. They picked Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington. Number 9 overall was Chicago's second pick of the draft. They picked Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington. The 10th overall pick was traded by the New York Jets to Minnesota. And they selected J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. The New York Jets picked at number 11, and they got Olu Fashanu, tackle out of Penn State. Denver picked at number 12. They selected Bo Nix, quarterback out of Oregon. Las Vegas, number 13, selected Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia. Number 14 overall was the New Orleans Saints. They picked Taliesin Fuaga, tackle out of Oregon State. Number 15 overall, Indianapolis Colts. They selected Laiatu Latu, edge rusher out of UCLA. Number 16 overall was Seattle. They selected Byron Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas. Number 17 overall was traded by Jacksonville to Minnesota in a pick swap. So Minnesota selected Dallas Turner, edge rusher out of Alabama. Number 18 overall was Cincinnati's. They selected Amarius Mims, tackle out of Georgia. Los Angeles Rams selected Jared Verse, edge rusher out of Florida State. Number 20 overall was Pittsburgh. They selected Joy Fatuano, tackle out of Washington. Miami selected Chop Robinson, edge rusher out of Penn State. The Eagles selected at number 22. They picked Quinyon Mitchell and a cornerback out of Toledo in an absolute steal for them. The Jacksonville Jaguars picked up Minnesota's number 23rd overall in the pick swap. So they selected Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver out of LSU. Dallas traded their number 24 overall pick to Detroit. The Lions selected Terrion Arnold, corner out of Alabama. Green Bay selected at number 25. They picked Jordan Morgan, tackle out of Arizona. Tampa Bay selected at number 26 Graham Burton, center from Duke. Arizona selected at number 27. They had Darius Robinson, edge rusher out of Missouri. Buffalo traded their pick to Kansas City in a pick swap. They selected Xavier Worth. Kansas City selected Xavier Worth, wide receiver out of Texas. Dallas picked up the number 29 overall from Detroit in their pick swap. Tyler Guyton, tackle out of Oklahoma, was the pick that was used for that. Baltimore just selected at number 30 overall Nate Wiggins, corner out of Clemson, and the pick is in for San Francisco. So we are just waiting on what that pick is going to be for the 49ers. '49ers lost to the Chiefs in Super Bowl 58 this year. Their needs looks like mostly on the offensive side of the football. They need some help on the line. They need a wide receiver, and then they need a corner. That's according to ESPN. We're just waiting on what this pick is going to be. But on the clock is the final pick of the first round here. So the final pick of the first round is Buffalo. We are waiting on San Francisco's pick. So once San Francisco makes their selection, then we have the final pick of the night, which belongs to Buffalo after they traded that away to the Kansas City Chiefs. Appreciate y'all hanging out here. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Commissioner Goodell coming out, getting ready to announce the 49ers selection. It's going to be Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida. Reportedly has excellent hands, route polish. Think like somebody like Michael Gallup, according to NFL Network. And that will put the final pick of the night on the clock officially. The Buffalo Bills. With the 32nd overall pick of this draft. Drop a comment in the chat. Love to hear from you. Love to hear your thoughts about what this draft has looked like for you. What you're thinking. What has gotten you excited? What hasn't? Love to hear from you. And we have a trade alert to round out the night here, folks. We have a trade alert. The Carolina Panthers, who did not pick at all this round, have traded into the first round. After trading out of the first round last year with the Chicago Bears, they traded back into the first round with the Buffalo Bills. Here's the compensation. The Panthers get the 32nd overall pick, and they get a 6th round pick, the number 200. The Bills get the 33rd overall pick, so they'll lead off the second round, and then they get a 5th round pick as well. So the Carolina Panthers are on the clock here, folks. We got less than 5 minutes before their pick is due. So the Panthers, even the Panthers were the worst team in the NFL. Their pick is in. They were the worst team in the NFL, but they did not. They would have held the number 1 overall pick if they hadn't traded it away last season to the Bears, so that way the Panthers could select Bryce Moore. So that was a huge blockbuster trade for both teams, or for the Bears, because the Bears pulled in a haul from Carolina. But Carolina hired a new head coach this year, Dave Canales. Panthers were just absolutely the worst team out there at all. And this trade alert puts them back into the first round. So that's where things stand right now. But it's a the trade alert here. Carolina Panthers move in 32. They are the 32nd pick overall. They will be the last pick of the first round. So they go from not having a pick at all in the first round, having traded away their number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears. They come in and take the last pick of the first round. So the pick is in. This is going to be the final pick of the night once they come out to announce it. We've been going for 4 hours here, folks, so I appreciate you hanging out. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow things are going to be a little bit faster. You can already tell since the pick is in, we put a pin in things for the night. But if you're seeing the stage, you can see that the Buffalo Bills will be on the clock. The second round has 7 minutes between picks, and then the third has 7 minutes between picks, and then the third round has and all rounds after that have just 5 minutes, except for the 7th round. The 7th round will have 2 minutes between each pick. So things pick up as the day goes along. Things have been huge, and certainly the fact that the draft just in general has been a really good spotlight for Detroit. Detroit has found themselves on the main stage of the NFL for the last little while, winning the NFC North for the first time ever, winning a couple playoff games, hosting a couple playoff games, which Ford Field has never done. So the Carolina Panthers pick is about to be announced. Xavier Legette, wide receiver out of South Carolina. So that's a good pick for them. That gets them that gets them some help at the receiver end, and we'll see if that's going to be a player that's going to be able to help them get turned around here. But that is it. That does it. The Buffalo Bills will go back on the clock. They're comparing Xavier Legette to an A.J. Brown kind of player. So, yeah, but that's where things stand. So I'll just run through. If you missed any of it, I will recap the picks that were selected. So, Chicago had the number one overall pick thanks to their own trade last year with the Carolina Panthers. Chicago selected Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. Washington had the number two overall. They selected Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. New England had the number three overall pick. They selected Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Arizona had the number four overall pick, selecting Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver from Ohio State. Joe Alt Jr. was selected at number 5 overall by the Los Angeles Chargers. He's a tackle out of Notre Dame. The New York Giants selected Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. Tennessee selected at number 7. They selected J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. Atlanta selected at number 8. They picked Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington. Chicago selected Rome Odunze Jr., wide receiver out of Washington. The New York Jets traded the number 10 overall pick to the Minnesota Vikings. They selected J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. The number 11 overall pick was traded by the Minnesota Vikings to the New York Jets. That was the pick swap. The Jets selected Olu Fashanu, tackle out of Penn State. Denver selected at number 12 overall. They picked Bo Nix, quarterback out of Oregon. Brock Bowers was picked at number 13 overall by the Las Vegas Raiders. He's a tight end out of Georgia. The New Orleans Saints picked at number 14 overall. They selected Brock Bowers. They selected Taliesin Fuaga, tackle out of Oregon State. Number 15 overall, the Indianapolis Colts. They picked the first defensive player from the board. Laiatu Latu, edge rusher out of UCLA. Seattle selected Byron Murphy. He's a defensive tackle out of Texas. Jacksonville held the number 17 overall pick, but they traded that to Minnesota, who used that to select Dallas Turner, edge rusher out of Alabama. Cincinnati selected Amarius Mims, tackle out of Georgia, with the number 18 overall pick. The Los Angeles Rams selected number 19 for the first time in a while. They've picked in the first round. Jared Verse is an edge rusher out of Florida State. That's who they picked. Number 20 overall was Troy Fatuanu, tackle out of Washington, went to Pittsburgh. Number 21 overall was held by Miami. They used that to select Chop Robinson, edge rusher out of Penn State. The Philadelphia Eagles did not make any trades in the first round and instead selected at number 22 their assigned pick. They picked Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback out of Toledo, which who knows why they did that. Why Quinyon Mitchell was available. But that's a big steal for them. Minnesota held the number 23 overall, but they traded that to Jacksonville in the pick swap. So Jacksonville used that to select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver out of LSU. Dallas held the number 24 overall pick, but they traded that over to the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions selected at number 24 Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama. The number 25 overall pick was held by Green Bay. They selected Jordan Morgan. He's a tackle out of Arizona. The number 26 overall pick was held by Tampa Bay. They used that to select Graham Barton, center from Duke. Arizona held the number 27 overall pick. That was their second of the round. They selected Darius Robinson, edge rusher out of Missouri. Buffalo held the number 28 overall pick, but they traded that to Kansas City in a pick swap. Xavier Worth was selected by Kansas City. He's a wide receiver out of Texas. The Detroit Lions held the number 29 overall pick, but that went to Dallas in the pick swap. They used that to select Tyler Guyton, tackle out of Oklahoma. Baltimore was the number 30 overall pick. They used that to select Nate Wiggins, a cornerback out of Clemson. The number 31 overall pick was held by the San Francisco 49ers. They selected Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida. And Buffalo, which received the number 32 overall pick from Kansas City as a part of the pick swap, made another pick swap, giving their number 32 to the Carolina Panthers in exchange for the number 33, which will start off the second round tomorrow night. Xavier Legette was selected by the Carolina Panthers. He's a wide receiver out of South Carolina. So again, the Buffalo Bills will start the second round of the NFL Draft tomorrow night. And you can catch all the action here on Bird's Nest Media. We will bring you rounds 2 and 3 live. So make sure that you tune in for that. And then on Saturday, we won't be live, but I will provide some update videos at the end of each round on YouTube. So make sure that you're tuning in there. But thank you so much to everybody for tuning in, stopping by, and supporting the channel, liking and subscribing. Please feel free to give it a like, subscribe, share. Really helps the channel out, really helps us as we're trying to grow here. The second draft that we're covering in this fashion. Looking forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow. But for now, thank you so much for watching. I'm Joe Donahue.